The story begins here, in the Dordogne in southern France. 20,000 years ago, it all looked quite different. Covered in ice and snow, the haunt of woolly mammoths and reindeer, which were hunted by our small, hairy ancestors. Primitive? Yes. But here, somewhere underneath my feet, is the proof that they were like us in all the ways that really matter. With only their flickering lamps to guide them, the cavemen felt their way down into the earth. When the prehistoric artists came to Lascaux, the caves were impenetrably dark. These great images were not made to be seen, still less to be sight-seen. Why did they paint them here in the depth of the earth down winding corridors? Some people thought that they were priest painters making hunting magic for the tribe. But the animal the tribe lived on, using every part of it, a kind of walking supermarket, was the reindeer. And they don't paint reindeer. What they paint are the great bulls and bison and the wild deer, all the animals they didn't hunt, but they watched them. Take my favorite image, the great horse, the Mongolian horse. The Mongolian horse doesn't really look like that, with that great sway of the belly and that sharp nose and the inspired black calligraphy of the legs. It's, dare I say it, an impressionistic horse, an impression of a horse, and yet an odd impression. Almost as if the artist was not trying to show what a horse was like, but what it felt to be a horse. Or look at the great bison. These two great black balls of male erotic fury going to explode on one another. He's looked, the artist. He's seen that one of them is losing his coat because it's spring, the rutting season. Observation, and yet emotionally, how right. That great red streak shows something of the feeling of the animal. And it's this looking with awe and with wonder that makes Lascaux what it is. Because all these animals are beautiful. And centuries ago, when there was room on earth for all of us, how humankind must have yearned to be strong and beautiful, free, innocent, all the things that they were not and we are not. And perhaps that's why they made these images secretly in the earth, to honor the animals. And so you see, scientifically, these are primitive people, because science advances. It's like a ladder, one step leads to another. But art isn't like that. Art is about being human. Children make art instinctively. Archaeologists know when they find evidence of art, they found evidence of human beings. It expresses all that is best in us, our desires, our hopes, our truth. And so art changes, but it doesn't get better. And in the great hall of the bulls, with these images of majesty and power, so strong, so dignified, we understand that painting starts at the top. And after the caves, a blank. 15,000 years go by, and then the story starts again in ancient Egypt. In the world of the pharaohs, the Tutankhamun world, human creation was on an epic scale. But though we know the names of the rulers, we know practically nothing about the architects, sculptors and painters. They were merely functional, as you can see from the name for both sculptor and painter, he who keeps alive. Essentially, the art of ancient Egypt springs from their intense belief in the afterlife. Originally, all these temples were covered in brightly coloured paint. But the harsh outside world erodes, burns, bleaches out. It's only in the sealed-away places, like the tombs, where paintings have survived. This is a painting we were never supposed to see. It was a purely private matter between Ramoses, the governor of Thebes, and an artist whose name we'll never know, but whose skill would enable Ramoses to do what he couldn't do himself, that is, have a highly successful afterlife. Because the Egyptians believed that what you had in the tomb went...
Hello. Hello, sapling. How's it going? It's good to see you. Why not? Why not, sapling? Why not? It's not because I fell asleep in the middle of the day and now I have all this energy. The question I have for you is, why are you up? I don't know, it's a weird day. How's it going, Seth? Okay, what does that mean? Warden adrenaline? Curious, curious. Do you want me to draw? I'm in an art mood today. Do you want to draw and stuff? Well, tell me if you want a drawing. I'm just gonna be here. I don't think I have. I can totally do it. Is this a special? What? Second. What type of library? Directly. Library. Amazing libraries. Let's see. Ooh, that's beautiful. Are you playing? Is there something you're doing with a library? So what do you mean? I'm curious what you mean by warden energy. The sapling. Warden adrenaline. Are you imprisoning people, sapling? Oh. Let's see. Warden. Oh, he's a big dude. So, are you excited for it though? Sapling, have you ever played Minecraft story mode? Do you like it? Also, what do you think of the casting of the movie? Not in the slightest. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Poor Telltale. You made some great games in the past, Telltale. So, what do you think of the cat? Have you heard about that they cast Jason Momoa as the lead in the Minecraft movie? Thank you for helping me monetize. Yeah, I thought you would be. Yeah, I believe Jason Momoa. They just announced he was cast. Jason Momoa. Oh, God, Jared Hustle's directing. One movie. I know at one point it was going to be Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was going to direct it, but I think that fell through. What, you guys didn't know there was a movie coming out? So what's your thought process? Are you excited? Yeah. But big Hollywood celebrity Jason Momoa hasn't been in one yet. God, I am so bad at like locations. I need to. But Sapling, it's popular, so it's gonna end up being a movie franchise no matter what. Oh no, I was just saying. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about at all. The Emoji Movie is the greatest movie ever made of all time. Oh, I'm bad at like locations. Oh, I was saying I was just bad. I'm bad at like locations and stuff. I get very nervous drawing locations. You have to have a good understanding of perspective to draw locations, and that's what I get nervous at. And I don't really have that great. I'm not really that great at perspective. That's one thing I need to get better at. No, the Emoji Movie, aka the greatest film ever made. Yeah. I mean, Sapling, are you gonna watch the? What? They're emojis. They're Hey, Mort, good to see you, buddy. It'll be total biscuit. It'll be yeah, we need a thing about Total Biscuit and how's it going, Mort? And the girl and the girl that's going, hey, and the lizard, and they go on an adventure. What sort of adventure would? It's good to know. I didn't realize that the this guy here was Total Biscuit for a while, and I miss him. Do you guys know who Total Biscuit was? Well, that seems like the dramatic that seems like the dramatic endpoint of the whole thing. You can't stop him. Okay, Sapling, go to bed. Go to bed, Sapling. And don't worry, the warden won't get you. Wappen Opus King. Yeah, we were talking about the Minecraft movie, which apparently people weren't aware it was happening. Because they've been trying to get a Minecraft movie made for... Wow. It is a once-in-a-lifetime meeting. Oh, Total Biscuit. He was a game reviewer and an... He's this guy. He's the, haha guy. Yeah. Tragically, he passed away. He tragically passed away. Yeah, that guy. He tragically passed away of cancer a few years ago. It was very sad. He was only in his like mid-30s. Bollywood Shank. No, we're not actually. It's gonna be a whole thing if I can nail this right. We're drawing a whole building with mosaics and stuff. But it could be butts. It could be butts. In life, many things can be buts. Sapling challenged me to draw a library. How's it going, Bollywood? And I'm doing okay on that. Good. The Council of Opus. I'm doing okay. Man, I was all bummed last night. Nobody showed up. You know, it's always funny. I wrote like so much last night on here and nobody showed up. The Council of Opus. Oh no, don't worry. It's fine. I was working on my newsletter. If you guys haven't heard, I'm starting a newsletter. It's going to be 4 articles a week. It's going to be 4 articles a week, and if I can figure out how to do it, a private stream. Opus. Mort here is secretly working against you. Mort is the nega Opus. Dun dun dun. Dodge! Oh no, you've gone Super Saiyan! Oh, that reminds me, I meant to play music. Less dramatic music, more calming music, but still. And that music soothed the savage beast. See, that was my secret plan all along. Opus! Broken cup! Use... Yes, Friendship. What should I draw next? Opus, do you have an idea? Friendship. Beautiful, beautiful friendship. Speaking of Discord, what of it? Like how it's suddenly active again and people are starting to use it? I'm happy about that. Well, theoretically, how do we know that one of us here isn't just a hyper-intelligent bot, guys? Have you ever thought about that? How almost everybody here could theoretically be a robot? I knew it. Oh, which Garfield? The thing I posted? AI guy, man. Your ability is to be AI. You have all the powers of a... I knew it. Robot. Robot! Does your cat do that? Oh, yeah. You mean beats up John Argabuckle? What's... Freaking cats think they run the world. Well, John does have a brother who lives at the farm. Oh, God. As a child, I was very obsessed with Garfield. Like, to the nth degree. Is it Doc Boy, his name? John Arbuckle's brother. John Arbuckle's brother. It is Doc Boy. Yeah, I remember he had a crazy name. That's a very crazy name. Doc Boy is bald. Really? That's hilarious. No, cats just like to be jerks. You are the dispenser of food, and the cat always wants food. Yes. What animal would you like to be? Hey, do you know that? Do you know that cats, if you weren't human? Wait a minute, Opus. Guys, wait a minute. Opus is saying, Opus, are you a? You're a cat, aren't you, Opus? You're a cat who learned how to type. You get all the food now. Pinocchio had a sister? Was that in one of the Disney sequels? Now I have to know. Pinocchio's sister. Well, obviously you're obviously you're the one who should win. Is that it? No. No. Nobody's allowed to be sassy here. Only super serious people. But are you super serious? Conductors. Yes, of course. No. What would you guys name Pinocchio's sister? I've never tried. I've never tried Cheetos mac and cheese. I'm sure it will taste a lot like Cheetos and mac and cheese. Uh, okay. So you were carved out of a block of wood like Geppetto was? But a girl version? What's it like having a famous brother? That must be weird. That Geppetto. And according to the Fables comic, Geppetto is also a fascist. If anybody's ever read the Fables comic book. It has, and I never really had. Fascist can mean anything, but have you ever read Fables, the comic book Fables? They made a game based. There's a game out there based on it. So Fables is about a group. So it's Fables is about a group of fairy tale characters who escape from because of a massive war that breaks out in the world in the fairy tale in the land of fairy tales. They escape to our world. It's really good. And it's revealed, yeah, it's really... Have I enticed you to reading it? Well, then I don't want to spoil some twists. Yeah, it's about Snow White and like Snow White is there. She's like essentially the mayor of the town. She's I haven't seen Once Upon a Time. I've heard people compare Fables to that. How is it? So, but like so Snow White is there, and so is like almost every other like one that you can use. She's she's in charge of the essentially the community. But you can tell the dedication to that. Snow White's sister is also there. Whose name I forgot. Snow White's sister. And Rose Red. Rose Red is Snow White's sister. and so is there's also the big bad wolf is one of the main characters. He's essentially the sheriff of the town. He's also human now, although according to him he was always more of like a werewolf figure. It turns out he's more of like a werewolf and stuff like that. And it's really good, and I don't want to spoil it but there's a big I've never seen Once Upon a Time. How's it like? What's it like? I've never read. I forgot the name. Apparently the writer's a bit of an ass. Apparently the writer's a bit of an ass in real life, from what I've heard from people. But I do really like Fables. I know there was talks of turning Fables into a TV show, but I never really got off the ground. There's a video game that was released of it. Telltale, the makers of Minecraft Story Mode. I promise that they're better than what that implies. Well, what I remember reading about Once Upon a Time, that essentially they had ended the story the season before that, and then Disney and like ABC announced, like, no, we're just going to keep making more. And they were like, well, we just ended the whole story. What are we supposed to do? So, Mort, what did you... Have you done anything fun today? I have a totally random story. We had our air conditioning fixed today, and the guy who came over, I don't know if anybody's seen the show King of the Hill. This guy sounded exactly like Boomhauer. Those bastards. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of fun. But it wasn't good? Really? That's hilarious. Why do you think they changed the actor? I'm guessing that. Oh, right. Because was he just like a kid at the end of that, and so they wanted. Yeah, that makes sense. That you do that on television a lot. Really? Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not just have him be like in his 20s or something? Just be a teenager, or, you know, like how old was the actual actor? I would get like it makes sense. I understand why they wouldn't want to use like a kid actor as the main character of a network TV show, just because of how like you know, like um like in real life the actor is supposed to be in his 20s. Oh, then that's dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. Just keep the main actor then. But why do that, you know? I mean, yes, as we all know, the one thing people should do with fairy tales, like fairy tales, is, you know, that's who fairy tales were, of course, meant for. You know, I mean, every fairy tale is mostly, you know, every actual fairy tale is mostly about like teenagers and stuff. But you know, that's what. It's dumb. Was him and Cinderella supposed to be like romantic? Well, that one's easy to figure out. Oh, okay. Hmm. I don't know about that. That doesn't seem like that great of an idea to me. Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from. Like, yeah, why? Yeah. Well, I don't really understand because it sounds like they're just repeating the same storyline over again. Like, couldn't they have done like I don't understand. Like, you've got to show that Primark, like like how like I I'm not gonna. Okay. Because people don't love stories about teenagers and fighting supernatural monsters. That's not a thing people like. Nope, there aren't many popular genres based on that idea. Exactly. Least favorite story of all time. Yeah. I mean, they're kind of a headache from like a production standpoint, kids. But when you got 18-year-old is fine. It's why they cast 20-year-olds in. It's why they cast like 20-year-olds in as high school teenagers all the time. Yeah. That'd be kind of funny. What's the actor's name? So here's the epic battle of the two opuses. I didn't plan out Mort over here so well. So he kind of got squished, but... So what's this actor's name? It's not, you know... And, like, was the kid an important character in the story? Like, I don't know. I feel like... No, the young guy that you're talking about. I don't know. I just... Yeah, what's the young kid's? Jared S. Gilmore. Jared S. Gilmore. Oh, he's got it's not bad looking. So, is he related to the Gilmore Girls? I'm funny. Oh no, the Gilmore Girls were there. There was a TV show called The Gilmore Girls. I don't think the real person is related to the fictional character. Unless somehow he snuck out of television land. That's always a distinct possibility. I assume at least 30. I assume at least 15% of all people have snuck out of television land. Because occasionally, tell me this, Opus, you go out and sometimes you see the people in real life. How the heck are they out there? Clearly there's some way they're sneaking out of TV land and into the real world. But how? How dare they? Anger. your buddy. So would you say Once Upon a Time is like your favorite show? No? What's your favorite show? Sean.R Chronicles. Well, I don't know these. You watched that show? Have you ever read the books? Oh, Phineas and Ferb. Classic show. Did you ever read the Sean.R Chronicle books? I loved Phineas and Ferb. That was such a fun show. Oh, they're good. I'm told. I've never read them. But I'm told they're good. Funny thing is that show actually adapted the second book. From what I've heard, the first book is really bad. Yeah, but everybody says to just start with like the second book though. Like, don't even really bother with the first one, because did you ever see a show called have you ever heard of a show called Daria? Oh, God, I fucking loved that show as a teenager. I'm curious. I don't know if it's. Do you have Hulu? Oh, it's I don't know. I feel like I feel like young people of today don't know that show, and it's a shame because it's such a good show. It's just you know, it's just a it's just a sitcom. It's an animated sitcom. 1 second. Let me play some. Here's some clips.
And an isolation tank.
What's your excuse?
I'm just plain no good. The problem with going to restaurants is that they're not in my room.
I'm determined to lie here on the couch until things turn around.
You're the most negative person I know. Thanks. I hate everybody.
Where do you think you're going?
Slowly insane. I don't complain. That's all you ever do. I mean, I don't get involved.
You'd sit in front of the TV, make fun of whatever we saw. It was the perfect relationship.
I don't like kids. I didn't even like kids when I was a kid.
Anxiety? Well, what could be giving you anxiety, sweetie?
Let's see. Every aspect of my life, and there's...
Yeah, it's good. I don't know. Maybe it just has to be. I think it's good, but it does kind of did get. There was a whole generation of people who tried to be Daria, so maybe it's dulled a little bit how good it was. That's one of my favorite shows. It's one of the, in my opinion, it's one of the 3 great Texas sitcoms. You know, yeah, it's very bad. Oh yeah, that's a shitty attitude people have. It's hard to pitch people just on like sitcoms and like shows that I just found really funny when I found really funny because it's like, oh yeah, no, it's really funny, and it's just like, well, what else is it? The jokes are good. I think it's funny the the girl from the Shahara Chronicles. She was in a movie called she was in a movie called Pan's Labyrinth. If you've ever seen that, Guillermo or Detail. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a really shitty behavior that people have. But you can't be like sad because of I mean, I remember when like Owen Wilson's suicide attempt. When Owen Wilson attempted suicide a few years back, and people were like, And people were like, well, why did he try and kill himself, you know? That's a, like... Do you know who Opus... did you see... Have you seen Loki? Pan's Labyrinth. It's a really good one. It's one of the great... A lot of people... It's a great... It's good. It's one of the great fantasy movies of all time. Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah. Like, but can you believe that? Can you believe that? Like, people gave him shit for like do people like is a it is in Spanish, so some people inexplicably have refused to watch foreign language films, so I don't know why. It's a bad attitude. Yeah, I just remember, like, I saw so many comedians make fun of Owen Wilson for trying to kill himself, and I was like, what? It's just, I don't know. Such a terrible thing. I love Owen Wilson, so. And I will defend his acting abilities to my dying breath. Like, when that happened, like, yeah. When that happened, that was like a... I don't know how to explain what a big deal that was when I heard that news of what happened when he did that. Like, growing up as a teenager in the 2000s, like, Owen Wilson was one of those guys that was just so inherently hilarious, you know, and he's like, oh man, he's in all the best movies that I as a teenager will quote obsessively at people. And then I was like, and then I heard it, it's like, what? When did that happen? How is that a thing that happened? It was very... Like, it was a very surreal thing to hear. Anyways. I mean, it's like one of the first times I really thought, like, oh, like, anybody can really be, like, sad, you know? And then, later that year, presented the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, and I have very distinct memories of that event. So, yeah. What do you think? What do you think of my guy? Here, I think he turned out okay. Oh yeah. Have you gotten to Loki yet? Yeah, I think he turned out pretty good. This is nice to do some drawing. Oh, by the way, hi Mom. Oh. I'm curious when you see... Well, you're going through the Marvel stuff, right? My mom's watching, by the way. I'm curious what you'll think about that. Yeah. She signed up for Twitch just to watch me Her name is King. It's Kingwood30 is her Twitch name. So what should we draw next? She also might be asleep. She tends to she watches so to pump up my views a little bit. It was very helpful in the when I was trying to hit affiliate. Because you need an average of 3 viewers to hit affiliate. And, man. You know, there was a time when I used to have an average of about 8 people in here every day. You were here after affiliate. I remember. You were part of a raid. You were part of a raid, Opus. Somebody I got raided by somebody and you were there. Yeah, I used to have an average of 8, and those numbers went way down. I mean, it definitely helped that I started when the pandemic was happening, so I got caught with a lot of people who were just on here to, yeah. It was probably angst. Yeah, haven't seen them too much. I think it was angst. No, but I remember very distinctly you were part of a raid. Yeah, I have a lot of words banned. I think my list is public. Mostly like, you know, I banned all the racist ones and all the, you know, all the homophobic and stuff like that. But you'll notice some distinct bannings that I had to get rid of. Yeah. Yeah. I had to, for the first few months, literally everybody who would come into my stream would say, "Oh wow, you look like Little Dicky," and over and over and over and over again, and so every variation of Little Dicky's name has been banned for my own sanity. He's a rapper. When my hair is bigger and real puffy, I do look a little bit like him. But also I would get Seth Rogen, I would get Jonah Hill, so they got banned. Do you want me to ban a word? We can ban a word. No, like ands or ats or thes or stupid stuff like that. And for a joke for a while, I had banned every for a joke for a while, I banned every the name of every DreamWorks movie. Well, it also precipitated a very surreal event in my life where I would get a lot of anti-Semitic harassing on here. Like, a lot of people would like scream anti-Semitic slurs at me, which is, well, one, it's wrong, just wrong, because I'm not Jewish. It means like racist against racist against Jewish people, Jewish people, Jewish people, Jewish people. You know, sometimes I have to remind myself, like, even though I get language like that thrown at me, I am not Jewish and I cannot speak like that. Right? I'm not Jewish. Right? Isn't that crazy? A friend of mine is Jewish, and we talk about this. We talk about this every once in a while. It's really funny because, like, I have this friend who is Jewish, and we were talking about. Well, you know, I'm Chez. You know, my family history is no, it doesn't. But I when my hair is real curly, I do, I'm I have a strong Czech family history in my background and a lot of German, and a lot of Jewish people in the U.S. are Czech and German because they were escaping the Holocaust. So, it's hard, No, Jewish doesn't have a look. It doesn't. It's sometimes it's hard to explain to people. Like, you are aware that there are like African Jewish people and Asian Jewish people. Oh, there were Asian Jewish people until the Chinese. But I was talking to a friend of mine, and we were kind of joking because it. It's to explain to people or Arabic Jewish people or Spanish Jewish people, Sephardic Jewish people. Damn it! Say the full word. Just because you read Jewish writers doing that, you can't. So I have this Jewish friend who is. We joke somewhat frequently. They don't look. They're blonde eye. They're blonde and blue eyed, and they look very Aryan, but they're Jewish. Whereas I am, I have dark curly hair and stuff like that. So people assume I'm Jewish. So, and nobody ever assumes that they are. So it's a funny switch. Although I do have to say, I have not got any harassment for the past year, so whatever that was seems to have been sharply reduced, or It's very, very stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Or as, yeah, it's just, I mean, I think everybody would be triggered by that. That is, I mean, what? You're upset. You're upset when people are like base abject cruelty on things that nobody has any control. Yeah. I would think everybody should. I mean, clearly not everybody, because my state. Oh wait, you're originally from Texas, right? Right, Opus. Because Texas has recently decided that. Texas has recently decided, yeah, we're gonna fight the initiative to educate every kid. We don't want to educate everybody now. That's what Texas, in its infinite wisdom, decided to do. Yeah. I fucking hate our governor. Oh, I hate him so much. He's such a worthless scumbag. If anybody here is living in Texas, please vote. Please vote for Beto in the next election. I know it's a long shot, but we have to try and make it. Dang it. Yeah, you should. Are you registered are you registered here? Were you registered to vote here? Yeah, as a citizen. No. I've voted living out of state before. Were you registered to vote in Texas? Is the question. Oh, maybe not. I mean, you could probably still claim it. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you know. Maybe not. But I mean, I could do some checking for you. See if that's the thing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. As a citizen, you're allowed to vote. I mean, it takes almost nothing to establish a residency. It's really so ridiculous, this residency thing. I don't understand. Like, there's currently an election going on. They're electing a new senator from Philadelphia. And the Republicans are running to Dr. Oz, which is, by the way, like a nightmare scenario of a terrible person to pick. But I don't understand how Dr. Oz, who is not from Philadelphia, who has never lived in Philadelphia, suddenly can run for senator of Philadelphia. That just doesn't make sense to me. But they do that. Like, you should live in the state that you're going to represent. Jesus, you know. The whole point of having elected representatives from the states is so that they could represent the state's interests. And if you don't live in the state, then you don't represent their interests. Like, it's why we have that. Sorry, am I getting too political? I get screamed at if I get political on here, so. Yeah, well, that's not true. Whoever said that that's just blatant not true. Yeah, whoever said that has never actually been to a third world country. No. Americans have incredible Americans have incredible privilege that they are not even aware of. And it's deeply embarrassing at times that we think like that. There are parts of the country that are incredibly poor, and you know, if not part of the U.S., would be maybe categorized as a third world country. Yeah, no. It's a lot of Americans think in those terms, but also a lot of Americans don't have no idea what it's like to not live in America, or in on a basic level. Like in the U.S., you can go to a grocery store and there will be food, and you are guaranteed that there will be food there. That is not a thing. That is not something that is guaranteed in a lot of places. Or you can freely move state from state, which, you know, there's a lot of votes going around trying to get rid of that, apparently. But you know that's another thing that isn't guaranteed in many countries. We have incredible privilege in this country, and we are very we are shockingly ignorant of our position in the world. Sorry, not. Yeah, sorry, not to be mean about that. Whoever said about that opus, but it's just like that frustrates me when I hear rhetoric like that, because I'm like, people haven't seen what third world countries are actually like. And I lived in Saudi Arabia. And I was undoubtedly privileged where I live. But you drive like 1 mile and you see like just the actual lifestyle that people have, and it's just shocking. You as an American are like, Opus. When you went to Canada, Opus, did they steal your passport? It doesn't mean that they do that in Saudi all the time. It doesn't mean that I want to be clear. It doesn't mean that there isn't problems in the U.S. that desperately need to be fixed, and that there aren't people who are maliciously working to just like remove that from the U.S. But it's not. Yeah, that can be an issue. If you're from a third world country, that can be a big issue people have. Is that they take? Is that people will take your passports and no, it's so the thing about the U.S. is that we also have pretty there are parts in the U.S. that are just objectively, if they were independent countries, would be third world countries. You know, there are parts just in the U.S. that are like that, and there are parts. I understand the sentiments of it, and there are incredibly poor areas in the U.S. And that shouldn't be denied. And there are people who want to behave like third world dictators in the U.S., who have policies and thoughts similar to third world dictators, but it's not. And the U.S. has problems. I want to emphasize this. The U.S. has mountains of issues, and it's only getting worse. You know, and positions like this, every great empire thought to itself that it was unconquerable and it would stay on top forever, and so the Romans were pretty cocky until until the Lombards took it over. So like, you go to like there's no good or bad. There's just take over. Well, we don't fight territorial wars anymore, so well, we didn't used to fight territorial wars anymore. Talking about the Ukraine situation. Sorry if I'm getting on political rants here, but what's so crazy about like the Ukraine situation is how it's like a 300-year-old. It's like it's like the type of war that hasn't been fought in like 200 years or so. You know? Well, I guess the last big attempt somebody had to massively take over territory was World War II. But it's like, we don't really fight wars like that anymore. We don't fight to gain territory. And it's like, what's so surreal about it is that Putin is trying to do, that exact thing. Like most countries aren't that interested in trying to acquire territory. They're like economic stuff and abilities and stuff. I mean, and then there's the Kashmir region, I guess, is under, and a lot. I mean, okay, there's tons of disputed territory, but it's a very rare thing nowadays to have an all-out war for a territory. So whatever happens to the U.S., and there's still time to turn around the U.S. There always is time. That's what a democracy is, We always have time. If we can just, if people can just organize and assemble, there's always time to turn it around. But, you know. I think people forget how rare it is for a sitting president to lose an election. That's a thing that never happens. Almost never happens. And it happened, So it's not impossible to do this. But, you just don't give in to apathy. Don't go and both sides are practically the same. They're not. And remember, replacing a system doesn't necessarily mean we replace bad systems with worse systems all the time. Changing one system for another is not necessarily a good thing. Sorry to get on. No problem. Sorry to get on a. Oh, no. People will come back. That's fine. Do you guys want to talk about Anglo-Saxon history? I'm reading a book about the Anglo-Saxon kings of England. It's pretty entertaining. I'm reading it partly so that the the newsletter. To help with the newsletter. So I may have mentioned it once or twice before, but I'm starting a newsletter that will, unfortunately, cost money. I'm sorry. Twitch is threatening to cut back on. Is starting to take a higher percentage of subscriptions, and I'm not really making any money from subscriptions anyway. So, there'll be I'm writing a bunch of articles for it and some fiction pieces, and I'm gonna try and produce some art for it, and possibly, and there'll be a podcast of some sort on it as well. So, I understand if you can't afford, but if you can and you like my stuff, and want to support me in a much more direct way, I really hope you would subscribe to this. Anyways. It's a fun one to say, Montenegro. No problem. That's a fun name to say, Montenegro. Welcome to Montenegro. Spider-Gwen? Found this cosplayer. I'm just drawing it to draw it, but we can draw something else. Spider-Gwen. No, I'm always up to taking suggestions. So did you hear my whole rant about my newsletter? Oh, I'm starting a newsletter. I'm starting a Substack. It's gonna have I'm gonna write a bunch of articles for it, and articles and reviews and fiction pieces for it. It'll be about four articles a month. Hopefully some art as well. I'm gonna include some art in there. And possibly if I can set it up a private stream that will only be accessible, a once a week private stream that will only be accessible through there. And so the thing is, and this is the hard part, and I hate to do this, but I need some funds. I'm going to be charging for it. It's going to be maybe $1 or $2 a month, and I'm sorry to do that, but it's part of the reason I'm doing this is to get a more consistent some consistent money, and it's a thing I'm looking forward to doing, but and I get it if people can't subscribe, and I understand that, but Twitch is openly considering cutting down on the percentage of subscription money streamers get. So I need a new way to I need a new way to make some money from this stuff. So it does, and I don't like it. I usually prefer giving people free things, but it's just how it's gonna have to be. But it'll be cheap, and I'm trying real hard to make this give people value for what they're subscribing to. So yeah, right? Isn't that awful? They want to make, they're openly saying, well, we want to make more profit. There's chatter in the company that's like, oh, well, they want to make more profits, so they're going to cut. I already don't like that Twitch takes a percentage of each subscription. They take half of that money, right? And I'll try and, eventually maybe those articles will be free. Yeah. So, no pressure or anything. I'm going to do when the release of the when I release the newsletter, I will do a 24-hour stream, to celebrate the release of it. And hey, if it's successful, I could theoretically hire people to write for it, if I start making some money off of this thing, I could theoretically hire writers to hire people here to write some articles, you know? But it needs to be successful first, you know? Exactly. Yes, Bigfoot TV will eventually come as well. But Bigfoot, we must. But, you know, when I officially release it, I will do a 24-hour stream to celebrate that release. So, be on the lookout for that. I've done one of those before, and I was very tired by the end of it. I still have it saved on my computer. I meant to... This sketchbook? This is a relatively new sketchbook. So I have... I've finished dozens. You should see the huge stack of sketchbooks I have finished. You know, I draw every day, so I draw like a couple hours every day, so you know, you tend to go through them eventually. Oh, I have a whole bookcase full of finished sketchbooks. Well, you know, Opus, if you ever really want to learn how to draw, I can help you. I can help you with that. What's so depressing about learning how to draw is that you just start. You know, what's so depressing about learning how to draw, and as you can see right now, I'm still. You know, every once in a while I do really good, and those are the days I work towards. What's so depressing about learning how to draw is that it's like, oh, you just have to draw so many bad drawings over and over again until you start getting better. Yeah, well, you know, like, what I always advise people who want to learn how to draw is, like, you know, and I'm no expert myself, but like, yeah, this one was pretty good. Well, one, just make it kind of like a hobby. You know, just make it something you do to relax. Like what I always say is that you should just, like, when you're like, say if you really want to learn how to draw, what you do is, like, when you're watching TV or YouTube videos, you know, you're not doing much, but just... You're not doing much, but just, you know, just letting, you know, you just kind of shut down your mind. Just get out and draw. You know, just draw stuff. It's a relaxing, you know, it's a relaxing hobby. And it's something you can do kind of mindlessly, you know. In many ways, why I like the art streams better than the writing streams. Because it's like, you know, writing streams I'm always a little bit nervous while doing them, whereas the art streams I'm very calm while doing them. You know, like, you can do it just right now as we're talking. And, like, the thing about it is, you know, what really helped me is, you know, the art teacher I took said, yeah, in the end, all you're really doing is just training your hand. So it's just, you know, you just do it. You won't have great drawings for a long time, and but every drawing you do gets you one just a little bit closer to doing a better drawing in the future. And that's what we should be working towards. It's just slow but steady progression. You know? And, almost nobody is going to see your drawing. Nobody will see your drawings unless you want them to see it. It's not, it's just not, it's a very doable skill to learn how to do, but it just takes time. And you're just not going to be good for a while, and that's, I know, frustrating for people, and it was very frustrating for me, because I'm like, I would go to a coffee shop, and I would sit down, and I would draw, and people would come up to me and be like, oh, what are you drawing? And I would show people my drawings, and I'm like, oh, and they would, immediately lose interest, and I'm like, yeah. Exactly. Oh, no. There are many days where you will not draw good. It's just, the thing about it, every drawing you see an artist shows you, except for me, because, I do a lot of this live, is a drawing they want you to see. Nobody shows you just the dumb circles they fail to draw and stuff. Yeah. And I will say this, it's also a very relaxing hobby. There's something about the movement of movement of your materials that kind of relaxes you, gets you in a good mind. So, yeah. In fact, I'm going to be right back as well. I have to go to the restroom. Be back in a minute.
The story begins here, in the Dordogne in southern France. 20,000 years ago, it all looked quite different. Covered in ice and snow, the haunt of woolly mammoths and reindeer, which were hunted by our small, hairy ancestors. Primitive? Yes. But here, somewhere underneath my feet, is the proof that they were like us in all the ways that really matter. With only their flickering lamps to guide them, the cavemen felt their way down into the earth. When the prehistoric artists came to Lascaux, the caves were impenetrably dark. These great images were not made to be seen, still less to be sight-seen. Why did they paint them here in the depth of the earth down winding corridors? Some people thought that they were priest painters making hunting magic for the tribe. But the animal the tribe lived on, using every part of it, a kind of walking supermarket, was the reindeer. And they don't paint reindeer. What they paint are the great bulls and bison and the wild deer, all the animals they didn't hunt, but they watched them. Take my favorite image, the great horse, the Mongolian horse. The Mongolian horse doesn't really look like that, with that great sway of the belly and that sharp nose and the inspired black calligraphy of the legs. It's, dare I say it, an impressionistic horse, an impression of a horse, and yet an odd impression. Almost as if the artist was not trying to show what a horse was like, but what it felt to be a horse. Or look at the great bison. These two great black balls of male erotic fury going to explode on one another. He's looked, the artist. He's seen that one of them is losing his coat because it's spring, the rutting season. Observation, and yet emotionally, how right. That great red streak shows something of the feeling of the animal. And it's this looking with awe and with wonder that makes Lascaux what it is. Because all these animals are beautiful. And centuries ago, when there was room on earth for all of us, how humankind must have yearned to be strong and beautiful, free, innocent, all the things that they were not and we are not. And perhaps that's why they made these images secretly in the earth, to honor the animals. And so you see, scientifically, these are primitive people, because science advances. It's like a ladder, one step leads to another. But art isn't like that. Art is about being human. Children make art instinctively. Archaeologists know when they find evidence of art, they found evidence of human beings. It expresses all that is best in us, our desires, our hopes, our truth. And so art changes, but it doesn't get better. And in the great hall of the bulls, with these images of majesty and power, so strong, so dignified, we understand that painting starts at the top. And after the caves, a blank. 15,000 years go by, and then the story starts again in ancient Egypt. In the world of the pharaohs, the Tutankhamun world, human creation was on an epic scale. But though we know the names of the rulers, we know practically nothing about the architects, sculptors and painters. They were merely functional, as you can see from the name for both sculptor and painter, he who keeps alive. Essentially, the art of ancient Egypt springs from their intense
Baby, we're back. You can trust blame it all on me. So, Opus, how's your writing going? So how's everybody doing today? So I've been reading a book about the the Anglo-Saxon kings of England. And I've been loving it so far. I mean, I'm a total history nerd, so, and an Arthur nerd, so that's a jam. Stuff's my jam, so be quiet. So, has anybody seen the movie Office Space? It's a good movie. It's one of my favorites, in fact. Sorry, got distracted. I'm sorry, got distracted. Okay, Opus. Have a lovely night. I always enjoy talking to you. The day when the elves, wizards, and sorcerers stormed Normandy Beach. I gotta go to the bathroom.
The story begins here, in the Dordogne in southern France. 20,000 years ago, it all looked quite different. Covered in ice and snow, the haunt of woolly mammoths and reindeer, which were hunted by our small, hairy ancestors. Primitive? Yes. But here, somewhere underneath my feet, is the proof that they were like us in all the ways that really matter. With only their flickering lamps to guide them, the cavemen felt their way down into the earth. When the prehistoric artists came to Lascaux, the caves were impenetrably dark. These great images were not made to be seen, still less to be sight-seen. Why did they paint them here in the depth of the earth down winding corridors? Some people thought that they were priest painters making hunting magic for the tribe. But the animal the tribe lived on, using every part of it, a kind of walking supermarket, was the reindeer. And they don't paint reindeer. What they paint are the great bulls and bison and the wild deer, all the animals they didn't hunt, but they watched them. Take my favorite image, the great horse, the Mongolian horse. The Mongolian horse doesn't really look like that, with that great sway of the belly and that sharp nose and the inspired black calligraphy of the legs. It's, dare I say it, an impressionistic horse, an impression of a horse, and yet an odd impression. Almost as if the artist was not trying to show what a horse was like, but what it felt to be a horse. Or look at the great bison. These two great black balls of male erotic fury going to explode on one another. He's looked, the artist. He's seen that one of them is losing his coat because it's spring, the rutting season. Observation, and yet emotionally, how right. That great red streak shows something of the feeling of the animal. And it's this looking with awe and with wonder that makes Lascaux what it is. Because all these animals are beautiful. And centuries ago, when there was room on earth for all of us, how humankind must have yearned to be strong and beautiful, free, innocent, all the things that they were not and we are not. And perhaps that's why they made these images secretly in the earth, to honor the animals. And so you see, scientifically, these are primitive people, because science advances It's like a ladder, one step leads to another. But art isn't like that. Art is about being human. Children make art instinctively. Archaeologists know when they find evidence of art, they found evidence of human beings. It expresses all that is best in us, our desires, our hopes, our truth. And so art changes, but it doesn't get better. And in the great hall of the bulls, with these images of majesty and power, so strong, so dignified, we understand that painting starts at the top. And after the caves, a blank. 15,000 years go by, and then the story starts again in ancient Egypt. In the world of the pharaohs, the Tutankhamun world, human creation was on an epic scale. But though we know the names of the rulers, we know practically nothing about the architects, sculptors and painters. They were merely functional, as you can see from the name for both sculptor and painter, he who keeps alive. Essentially, the art of ancient Egypt springs from their intense belief in the afterlife. Originally, all these temples were covered in brightly coloured paint. But the harsh outside world erodes, burns, bleaches out. It's only in the sealed-away places, like the tombs, where paintings have survived. This is a painting we were never supposed to see. It was a purely private matter between Ramoses, the governor of Thebes, and an artist whose name we'll never know, but whose skill would enable Ramoses to do what he couldn't do himself, that is, have a highly successful afterlife. Because the Egyptians believed that what you had in the tomb went with you. It made all the difference between great success in the afterlife and miserable anonymity. Now, Ramoses clearly had a most impressive funeral, but it was no good just having it once. He wanted it always, always there with him to show in the afterlife what a great, important figure he was. This is my favourite bit, the mourning women. And of course, you don't want real grief with you in the afterlife, and that's not what he's getting. He's got highly professional mourners, very expensive. If you look at those faces lifted upwards, they're completely impassive. And they're doing the whole mourning act with enormous grace, their arms like a great sea anemone stretching out with elegance into all directions. And the artist has clearly put in this little naked slave girl to show the difference between her and the real mourners. And there's a beginner mourner too, holding on to the elderly lady to show how these movements of the hands have to be learnt. And you know she's the senior lady because she has this drooping pear of a breast as opposed to the firm little apples of everybody else. So there it is. Rich, successful, important governor Ramoses. And what a joy that at long last we're able to share with him his elegant ladies. Whatever the subject, Egyptian tomb painting obeys the same rigid rules. They want the messages to the next world to be totally clear. What one nobleman wanted, was an eternity hunting on the Nile. Can you see? Each part of the human body is seen from the most readable angle. A profile is clearer than full face, but the eyes are clearer seen from the front. Full front torso, sideways legs. And it's Nibberman's too, so he's enormous, with a small wife and a tiny daughter. But then what energy in the hunting cat and the birds. The Egyptian artist felt free, plainly, to paint birds with enormous...
Back. Have you ever seen a... Good to see you, buddy. Have you ever seen a movie called Office Space? I'm drawing a character from it. How's it going, bud? I wish. It's from this movie.
It's right that I could listen to the radio at a reasonable volume from 9. I told Bill that if Sandra's going to listen to her headphones while she's falling, then I should be able to listen to the radio while I'm collating. So I don't see why I should have to turn down the radio. Yeah, all right. Okay. I enjoy listening at a reasonable volume.
Thanks. Anyways, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. I wish I was. Yeah. I'm actually trying to draw like a cover for my newsletter. Oh, you should. It's great. It's one of the funniest movies ever made. Do you know who Mike Judge is? Yeah, I thought it would be funny. Mike Judge. He created Beavis and Butthead and King of the Hill. Mike Judge. He directed the movie. It's a really good movie. Thank you. Yeah, it's turned out pretty well. You know, how long have I been on? About 3 hours. It always takes me 3 hours to start getting better at art. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. You know, art is so frustrating because it's like... There's some days where you do really good. There's some days where you do really good at art, and then there's some days where you're just like, what am I... You're just like frustrated. Because it's just like... It's on... I believe it's streaming on... on Hulu, which I don't know. I don't think it's a service that's outside of the U.S. You know what's so crazy? It's like Disney Plus here is so like they don't let anything that isn't family friendly on Disney Plus, but like you see in other countries, like I've seen in other countries, like almost anything goes like. Yeah, thanks. Yeah. You know, tell you the truth, 10. I actually think my art streams are better than my writing streams. I'm always a lot more calm in my art streams than I am in my writing streams. I feel less pressure. Yeah. It's just so yeah, it is. It's incredibly frustrating. How's it going today, my bud? What you got going on today? Yeah, I do. I always do. I'm calmer in the, you know. I feel with art I'm more conversational, like, you know, because I just relax and draw. Whereas writing I always feel kind of pressured, a little bit of pressure when I'm doing it. Yeah, well, with writing streams, I'm always nervous that I'm not drawing that much, you know? So it's like that I'm not writing that much, you know? Like, if I don't get a lot done, I get really mad at myself. That's good. You know, here in the US, it's Mother's Day. Oh, that's cool. I've been looking at taking another art class. I might technically go to art school, just technically. Sort of. It's a weird setup I'm gonna have. Because they have continuing education. There's a school that offers like there's a school here that offers an actual art degree, but it's like you can just take like a single class every once in a while there. I don't know if I really want to like spend all the time getting an actual art degree, but like to take more classes, you have to technically get into the school. So and technically I technically might be going to art school sort of. Because if I keep taking classes at this one place, I will get a degree, so. What type of classes did you take? Or did you teach some? No, you didn't. Oh, you do claymation? Oh, that's so awesome. Do you want to show any? I'd love to see some. Oh, that rules. I've always wanted to learn how to do stop motion. I've always wanted to learn how to do stop motion. That's so cool. Do you have like a whole like camera setup and stuff for that? Would you ever do any of that like stuff on stream? Makes sense. That's cool. I'm sure people would like to see that. Oh, that rules. Yeah. I'll try and stop by for that. That'd be really cool to see. This turned out pretty well, I think. It always looks slightly worse on the screen than it does on the page, unfortunately. Oh, nice. You're gonna have to. People are gonna want to see that. I haven't done a good community challenge in a while. I should. No, they will. No, people love seeing that sort of stuff. You know, the thing is, like, I think there's some effect people have. I think especially when they watch people draw, and I don't know what the word for it is, but I think a lot of people find like just watching the act of drawing very relaxing. And, you know, people on here freaking love animation, you know? That's... Everybody in their community loves animation, so... Yeah, I don't know what it is, but, you know, I can't think of a word for it, but I believe it has something to do with, like, just the motion itself is very relaxing for some people. No! Show me! Show me emotes. Yeah, yeah. Well, have you ever watched any like ASMR videos and stuff? Oh, I love that. Beautiful. I love all of those. Those are so cool. I like that guy. Oh, I love all of them. That rules. Yeah, I was just yeah, well, have you ever noticed that they all like do a thing where they take like brass and something and like they stroke it as they talk? I don't know. I think it's a related phenomenon, you know? It's something about the motion itself is very calming for people to watch. You commissioned that one? Oh, that's great. I don't know what it is. I'm not a brain. I don't know what I don't know a name for it. Synesthesia? No, possibly. Oh, right, yeah. My phone? No, it's the same phone I've had forever. It's just you can see it right now. Well, not forever, but for about a year, about 6 months I've had this. Yeah, well, you know, I have all my references on my phone, and I have this little phone holder up here, and usually you can't see it, but there's no real place now to put, like with all the other equipment now, there's no real place now to put it besides just kind of in the view of the camera. I'm also depressed when they don't offer it in different colors. I like the colors. How are you enjoying it? Oh, well, they sometimes they'll offer the new phones in different colors, and sometimes they won't, and it's kind of a crapshoot if they will or not. Like you used to be able to get. Yeah, right. Yes, yes it is. I don't know. I think so. Memory. Memory! Oh, I know. Storage. Storage. Uh, 512. No, I mean it's the same thing. You know, it's just what's it listed under. Yeah, you can. It's a very good phone. Do you like them? Do you use your iPad for art? Yeah, you have. Honestly, if you have a stable internet connection, you don't really need a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's all people nowadays really use those for. They're also good book readers, you know. If you know, also reading every once in a while. I've been making more of an effort to read lately. I use my iPad to read like comic books on there, you know. I like that. Just can't make this look appealing underneath my palm. That's good. Super smooth. I would get my my Mac my beautiful feet, the most beautiful feet in the whole world. Yes. See, this is a situation that having my jeweler's glass would be really useful for, but where it is currently entwined in a bunch of wires, and it would be very hard for me to get it out. It's not. Yeah, one thing, you know, things. It's it's like it's a brain phenomenon that that appreciates seeing beautiful movement. It's the appreciation of movement essentially as an art form, and I don't know what you would call that, like kinesthesiologists, a kinesthesiast, maybe. Yeah. I know there's people out there who call themselves like movement artists. That do some really cool things. I don't know if you, let's see. Oh, there's some cool shit that like movement artists can do. Let me see. It's about creating it's about finding like artistic art and moving things. I've seen. There's this really cool thing that I've seen that somebody put out. It's a type of machine that walks instead of using wheels. Burning Man. I don't remember what the name of it is. Oh, ha! Found it. Kinetic wheelchair. That's what it's called. 1 second. Let me share this. Kinetic wheelchair. Oh, the strand beats. That's what it's called. One second. Let me. I found the video I was looking for. So movement artists do stuff like this. Or kinetic artist is I think a word. Strand Beast is famous. Let me find Strand Beast. This is Strand Beast.
Hey guys, I'm at the northern end of San Francisco at Chrissy Field, and I'm here because Theo Janssen has brought his strong beasts here. He is doing an exhibit at the Exploratorium starting this week, and because his beasts are wind-powered and they live on the beaches where he makes them, he's brought them here to Chrissy Field, to our beach, to demo them. No, this is the first time they're being shown in San Francisco. This is also the first time I have ever witnessed one in person. I can barely stand it. So understand, these are all built completely out of PVC pipe. Every bearing, every attachment, it's incredible. It is 6 pairs of legs, 12 separate feet, but each leg, each of the 12 legs is an arrangement of spars, the tail worked out, that move in a very, what you say, animal-like way. He thinks of these things as an evolution. He is making biological organisms, and they are powered by the wind. They have wind stomachs. What looks like crude engineering is, in fact, hiding a really sophisticated and beautiful, I don't even want to call it a machine. It's an animal. I know that you seem almost like a mother bird.
Anyway, so that's the Stein best. Right? Isn't that cool? Yeah, or kinetic sculpture is another word. Yeah. I know at Burning Man he showed off like a he has a really huge one. Like this was a small one. Yeah. Yeah, no, that stuff is so cool, right? Like yeah, so it's all about kind of like moving in like real beautiful ways and stuff, like interesting ways usually. The idea is you're kind of essentially a sculpturer, but part of the art is how you have your sculpture move around. Yeah. What does he do? Oh, dang! Look at that. Look how cool that is. Huh. Balance. 1 second. Talking about cool artists, like there's this guy in South Korea. He calls himself a balance artist. I saw a video once of him. That's a fun one. I saw a video of him once doing it. He said it takes him hour. It takes him forever to actually do it. He said he just spends hours like working to find the exact right point where it'll balance correctly. Yeah. Or like even days, like he'll spend like days just kind of working to eventually. Yeah. Because you can balance everything, you just got to kind of find it. But isn't that cool? Yeah. I always thought every time I see that video of the guy, I'm like, I'm surprised there's never been like an anime character or somebody who has like the power to balance aren't I great? Oh, I've been drawing all night. It's Mother's Day right now. Here in the States. My eyes are getting pretty heavy, but it's 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been up all night. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I've been up all night. Four a.m. I'm up really late. I think I'm going to call it here. It was fun. This was a lot of fun. But I'm tired. Yeah. I want to do these earlier in the morning, you know, but yeah. I miss doing these in the morning like I used to. But yes, I need some sleep. Okay. I am. Okay, night 10. It's good talking to you. Bye.